Alright, back at it again. I try to get some, get this thing to a point where I can share it out and upload it to Discord. And, yeah, that's a cold, refreshing caffeinated beverage you just heard. Try to get my brain going. Just got home from work. It's coming up on 5 p.m. my time. I'll probably stream for 3 or 4 hours. Got an early start tomorrow. Just want to take stock of what we're doing here. Looks like we'll be working on trinkets activating and the trinket power. Working on the heal mechanic when you fill up your adrenaline bar. And just play test all that and see if it actually works. Good thing to start with would probably be just play testing where we are right now. I wanted to see something. I wanted to see where I set adrenaline. Oh yeah, I'm hacking it so that if I've charmed anybody, I'm starting to accumulate adrenaline. And this is not the place to do that. So let's find a good place. Sneeze coming on. Okay, much better. Alright, first thing, once you've charmed somebody, I want to pop up the adrenaline bar. But you fill it up and then detect when it fills and heal your charmed guys. Probably the first thing is to do the heal, and then I'll start looking at sharing trinket powers with the thralls. That'll go next. So I had a place, I left myself some breadcrumbs from yesterday, a comment somewhere indicating when I can detect that the adrenaline bar is full. And I don't remember what I said, and I didn't put to do on it, so I can't search for that. somewhere in this code is, here it is, modify adrenaline. So if player max adrenaline is greater than 0 and player adrenaline plus base value is greater than max adrenaline. So this I think is the place where you filled your adrenaline bar. So what we'll do is we'll go player m local player message message HUD.message type center. All right, so wow, no, I think I just want to say this. I wonder if this is going to spam. I guess we'll find out. We just want to say message adrenaline bar filled. Which means that if there's a trinket active, the adrenaline bar is about to pop the trinket effect. So I'm going to say adrenaline bar filled. I think I also want to log this to debug log so I can see if it's getting called repeatedly. Here I want to spit out players at current adrenaline value over player max adrenaline. And a base value. I can return the value use. Does what? Base value plus base value times adrenaline modifier. That's the value that I actually want to, as they say, use. So that's the one that's interesting. But let's print out base value. And use. Let's see what happens when I fill the adrenaline bar up. I want to make the adrenaline bar small so I can fill it up quickly. That's set to 100, which is probably too high. So I want, I don't know, set it to 30. Clear it. So let's try that. Settings. Desktop audio is off. Should be able to hear Valheim. Okay, door. Alright, so it should be if I try this up right. Have to message. Nope, it's throwing all kinds of exceptions instead. Looks like it's just the same one. RPC damage patch. Why? Oof. Reference not set it's an object. It's in that key. What is that? One sec. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, where were we? So I'm trying to figure out the best place to detect that the adrenaline bar is full. And I'm wondering if there is a place on the player, excuse me, where I can do that. Modify adrenaline is where I can detect it for sure, because I remember looking at add adrenaline and this code right here, this line right here in the characters status effect manager. This is where adrenaline peaks, and this is where it figures out, oh, hey, you should trigger the trinket. And then this is, I think, in the player. Yeah. So I need to figure out a way to hack into this modify adrenaline function. I bet I have to patch this. I was going to patch it here in the status effect itself, but there can be multiple status effects. And that's not the right place. Yeah, I have to do this in the status effect manager. Let's try that. So let's do a harmony patch. SE man. It's a what? Oh, yeah. Type of SE man. Type of SE man. Name of SE man. Modify adrenaline. We're going to try to patch. We're going to try to patch the adrenaline function for the status effect manager for the player only. And do we want the prefix, or we want to do this after or before? Probably before. So what's wrong with this syntax here? Harmony patch open, close, like that. All right. Okay, and if instance, so I want to see if this is the player. Instance is unequal to null, and instance is the player. Turn true, do everything normally. Adrenaline change. If adrenaline change is greater than 0. Charm count equals, I don't know what all this code is. It was suggested by the editor. It's not what I want at all. So maybe what I want is if, stop it, helpful code at, Jesus. I don't want that code, please. Adrenaline change is greater than 0 if right? Player. If adrenaline change, if player and adrenaline plus adrenaline change is greater than player max adrenaline, then we, oh, I bet, yeah, I blew it. Then we fight with this smart code editor here. Test to make sure my mic is turned on. Yeah. It looks like it's on, just not in front of my face. Okay, so what did we do? We just tried to find a place to patch the code. Let's see if the patch actually landed or through an exception. Oh, I got a lot of stored data in my... Oh, no, it didn't. The patch failed to patch. Base value, single use. Okay, so the function signature is incorrect. So modified adrenaline for SE man actually looks like that. Yeah, okay. So if use is greater than 0 and adrenaline plus use is greater than max adrenaline, and trigger heal on all thralls. Let's go blah, 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 so I can find it. And reset adrenaline to 0. Nope. Got to go into Pacifist mode. Okay. Come on, Piggy, let's find somebody. I need to get blocked. Actually, let me just make my own mess. Spawn troll. Right, let's go God first. On troll 2. This seemed to work pretty well. Thrall one of them. I'll see if I can get adrenaline built up. Fail. Alright, got some adrenaline. Got some adrenaline. Alright, it refilled and then set to 0 and then filled partway. So that seemed to work. Let's see if we get a message that the adrenaline... There it is. Trigger heal on all thralls. Alright, so this works. Update status effect, adrenaline scalar. Looks to be printing a sane value, so let's remove that spam. Gondor effect, update status effect called. Gondor effect. Update. Alright, that's spammy. Let's turn that off. So that's the adrenaline scalar, meaning that's how powerful the enemy is from the base power to the multiplier. Scalar, so okay. So that seems to work. Now let's see if I can heal all. Is there a way to heal something and have a status effect fire on that guy? Or have a particle system? Could probably borrow one. Well, let's see if the heal actually happens. So this is the place where I heal. The adrenaline bar fills up. We reset the adrenaline to 0. So right now I want to just heal all my thralls. So for each charmed character, cc.mzdoid, get character, remove all set. Now get, I think I have a convenience function like get character from ZDOID. Yeah, alright. That's a safe way to get it, because character may not be loaded, but the ZDOID it's valid even if the character is not loaded. So if he's too far away or you hopped in a portal and this character, this charm is left on the other side of a portal on the other side of the world, there won't be a character, but there will be a ZDOID. So we'll go C equals get character from Z, and so C may be invalid. So I can, for now, I can just do like, for each character, well, how do you heal something? So I think the way Valheim heals things is does negative damage to it, which I don't want to do. Each character heal HP. Oh, well, the heal HP function is perfect. Show text. I wonder what that is. I'll probably want that to be true. So I'll heal each character. How much should I heal in their max HP? C dot health. Get health. So I want to heal them to full health. C dot max health minus health. So that should heal them to full health. And I want show text. Whoops. So I think that's the floating text over the character. So if I have a thrall, adrenaline maxes out, this should get called and do a heal for all charmed characters. Alright, let's see if that's true. So this is one of the two basic mechanics of the adrenaline bar when having thralls. One is to allow the adrenaline bar to fill up and heal the character. The other is to, if you have a trinket equipped, apply that trinket's effect to everything. So the way we test this is we go have commands, God, spawn troll 2, we hit one of the trolls, we thrall one of the trolls. Alright. We just start blocking brothers until we fill up our adrenaline bar. Got it set to 30 right now. Alright, I think it filled up. So is my thrall full health? Okay, my thrall's taking damage. Let's see if I can fill up this bar. I gotta do a couple more. Alright, he's got some damage on him. Alright, that filled it up, and my thrall is healed. So there's my thrall. If I heal him again. Alright, he took some damage. Do I see a heal number? I saw plus 15. Oh, alright, I need another enemy. Somewhat durable one. Alright. Uh-oh. So now, that guy's taking a bunch of damage. I want to see green numbers on my troll and see him get healed. There it is. Yeah, he healed for 209. So that totally works. Awesome. Hell yeah. Okay, so now filling up the adrenaline bar when you don't have a trinket, or when you do have a trinket, will heal all your thralls. That encourages the player to block and parry to keep their thralls alive. So be in battle, fight stuff by blocking everything and dodging everything. And now what I want to do is, and this is going to be the tricky part, so let's look at Valheim's code again. So here I am in the player code in the add adrenaline. So this gets called, okay, so I got called right here. I just patched the status effect manager on the player, modify adrenaline function, so I can detect that adrenaline is about to fill the bar. Okay, so if it fills the bar, I reset it to 0, and it starts to fill up again. But I may not want to do that because right here it does a similar thing. And here's where it actually adds the status effect for the trinket item. And it doesn't do it anywhere else, and it doesn't do it in a way that I can, if I could only get this flag, because it's going, okay, give me all the items in the player's inventory. This flag is called like found trinket or something. Then just goes through the list of items, and if the item's equipped, and you can only equip one trinket at a time, and the item has a full adrenaline status effect, then it uses that one. So one thing I could do is mimic this behavior in my function, find the same yeah, okay. So that's the trick, right? I'm just going to do the same thing. Like search the inventory, find the status effect that's equipped, see if it has an adrenaline status effect that triggers off of it. And then rather than add that status effect to the character, the player rather, I'm just going to go around my list of thralls and add it to each of those guys. So how do I detect if there's a status effect? Oh, I'm already printing out a list in my log. So I think I can actually detect that they've got the trinket effect on them. So what I want to do is get a bunch of thralls. So I'll spawn a bunch of trolls. I'll shoot 5 of them. Oh, they're all going to just mash the troll that they're fighting. Need a really durable enemy for them to fight. And something that I can parry to get adrenaline. So how do I do that? Need everybody to have a lot of hit points and do not very much damage, so they'll just whack each other forever. I wonder if I can use... Enemies want to attack a twig thing, right? The practice dummy. The practice dummy. I wonder if I can use that for testing this. What's the faction of the dummy? What's the dummy's faction? All right, so here's an adrenaline pop effect. On the player when this pops. So I could potentially use the player's effect to pop it on everybody. So really what I want is to do all this stuff in my own code. So I don't think I want to reset it to 0 in my code because it needs to know that to be actually apply the trinket's effect. And I think it will reset it for me, so I don't have to do that. So I won't do that. But that was working. But if I don't have a trinket equipped, what does it do? Because I won't always. Adrenaline. Well, I can find out whether a trinket's equipped or not, and then reset it myself. But okay, if it's greater than max adrenaline, figure out play a status effect, you can get it on the thing. Play a particle system. Adrenaline is less than 0, set it to 0. Status effects. What's it doing here? It's monitoring a list of adrenaline effects and playing with the status effect level. And adrenaline effects count. Don't do anything otherwise. Remove the one. Yeah, it's removing the previous adrenaline effect if one exists. And then it flashes the adrenaline bar. Well, that's fun. I want to do that. And then if it's the same one, it flashes the bar and does it again. So I do want to flash the bar. So, okay. All right. I see what I think. Well, I see what I think I have to do is something like all this. Oh, here's where it says adrenaline is equal to if we cleared it 0. So here's where it's reset. So all right. So Valheim already resets the adrenaline to 0. So here's where I do the heal. What I want to do is flash the adrenaline bar because that's fun. In the case that I don't have a trinket effect. So now let's search. So I've healed the character. I've healed this. Wait. All right, I don't want to do it quite like that. We'll figure out when to flash this thing later. So the players, this is the local player. Adrenaline was added. Adrenaline is greater than max adrenaline now. Let's get the player's inventory. And oh, why not just do it like this? All items isn't used anywhere else. Okay, we'll rename flag to has trinket effect. What is it? It's trinket popped is false. Okay, so now we go through the inventory. If each item in the inventory, if this item is equipped and its item data has, shared data has a full adrenaline status effect, so it's a trinket. Trinket popped is true. The status effect is player get the status effect manager, get status effect. Is my mic on? I just had a paranoid thought. No, it's on. Welcome if anybody has joined the dev stream for sleep. If you're not sleepy now, you probably will be soon. But thank you for joining me to watch a middle-aged nerd hack around in Valheim's code and steal it and modify it and pervert it in all sorts of bizarre ways. Anyway, what I'm working on right now is, excuse me, controlling the adrenaline bar, detecting when it fills, turning it on when you don't have a trinket, and using it to, when you fill it, heal the thralls. So you've charmed a bunch of dudes and they're all running around doing your bidding. Out there fighting, taking damage. You're in the fray with them. You're parrying things, dodging around, blocking things. You fill your adrenaline bar up, and that heals them. So you want to be in the combat, blocking stuff and healing them. And if you have a trinket, when you do that, I want it to apply that trinket status effect to all your thralls. So that's what I'm looking for right now. So this status effect gets the status effect name hash from the SE man. It's the status effect. It's not null. Resets the time. So if you already got a trinket that popped, it just resets it. Otherwise, it adds the new one. So I don't want to add that to the player. I want to add that to everybody. So what I want to do is make a copy of that, I think. I just want to get this thing, which is, what is that? It's a status effect. So trinket popped equals false. Status effect, trinket status effect equals null. And then when I don't want to look at anything. I just want to dig this out of the item, the trinket. Trinket status effect equals this thing. All right, I don't care about any of that code. And then I don't care about that code. And so now here's where I start to care. If trinket popped, I want to create a pop effect. So this is a particle system effect. This is on the player, isn't it? I want to because the Valheim code will do this for the player. What I want to do is create this particle system position at the position of each. All right. So now I find out which trinket status effect. I can only have one selected, so I can break here. And then it falls down here and goes, okay, so for all the charmed characters, go through the list, heal them, do what else to them. I think if trinket popped, I want to hijack the player's pop effects, but create it at the location of the character. So you get a pop effect on all the characters. I don't know if that'll work. It's definitely using the system not the way it's intended, but you know, if it works, it works. It's not going to leave any residue in the game. This is just an effects list. They'll play, they'll get removed. They're just all in the player, so fine. If I see a problem, I'll deal with it. But I actually want to create and apply a status effect for each of those guys too. So if trinket pop, then C, MES adds trinket status effect to each guy. So when my trinket activates, all of my thralls will get that trinket power. And I can detect that by, I've got a print statement. It should list out when something takes a hit, all the status effects that are on it. So what I want to do now is test to see that this works. Oh, wait, no, I wanted to flash the bar. So if trinket didn't pop, but we healed our maniacs, that means the trinket bar is going to overflow and reset. And I want to steal that HUD flash thing. I wonder what else the HUD does that I can do like that. So there. So if the trinket popped, okay, then we return true and let everything execute normally. So I get this right before this function is called, this status effect manager modify adrenaline call. And then, all right, let's read through it and make sure this does what it's supposed to do, or does what I hope it does. So this function is modify adrenaline. It gets called with the base adrenaline, which is the current value, and then it passes in something that I can pass back out. I can modify it and pass it back out, but I don't want to do that. But this is what the new adrenaline value is going to be. Modify it function allows me to, say, hey, you're standing on grass, your adrenaline is half of what, I don't know, whatever. So if we're not in pacifist mode, just execute the Valheim code that I'm patching normally. If the status effect manager is not null and the instance character isn't the local player, if instance is not null and instance m character, instance isn't going to be null. All right, well, I can just remove that. So if instance.m character isn't the player, then who cares? Because I only want to patch this for the player. And I get the player. Now, if use the new value of adrenaline is greater than 0, means that adrenaline changed, and the current player adrenaline plus the use value, so what it's going to be, is greater than max adrenaline, meaning you filled the bar. Then I want to look through all the items in the player's inventory. If an item is in the equipped state, so you've right-clicked on it and it's highlighted, you're wearing it, and that item has a full adrenaline bar status effect. So only one trinket can be active. So as soon as I find one that is equipped and it has a full adrenaline status effect, it has to be a trinket. Then I say trinket popped is true. And then I set that trinket status effect to the full adrenaline status effect. And so if trinket popped is true, this should have a valid value. Then I break and I say I'm not going to I'm stop looking for equipped items that have trinket effects because there's only one. Then immediately run through my list of all my thralls and look up the character and thrall character. If the character is loaded and not unloaded because he's halfway across the world on the other side of a portal. So if C, this is basically get character from ZDOID will either return a character or null. If the character is just not available, it's not spawned. Valheim doesn't have a character that's in either a partial state when it's not in the world. So you've unloaded all the assets and everything. It just despawns it. It destroys that character object, but it retains it retains this zone definition object identifier on the character, which is just a integer number. And that you can refer to something. So when you go back through the portal, it'll say, "Oh, there's a character here. It has this ID. Make the actual object." So if it has an actual object, I test to see if it does. I'll heal it the remaining of its health. So if it's max health minus get health, so whatever damage it's taken, it'll heal it back. And then I check to see if the trinket popped. If it did, then I know trinket status effect is a valid adrenaline status effect. So on the player, I'm gonna go to this list of special effect or visual effects and create one for the pop. But I'm going to create it at the character's position, so at the thrall's position, and then that's only if the trinket pops. For heal, I might want to do something else like that. It gives him a green flying heal number, so maybe that's enough. And the health bar goes up. Anyway, it might be worth doing something else, like putting a little message in the upper left that says "all thralls healed" or something. Anyway, so the trinket pop, then I actually add the trinket status effect that I found. As soon as I come out of this function and go back to Valheim's code, it's going to do that for the player. It's going to give the player the adrenaline status full strat. Adrenaline full status effect. Oh man, I'm a little fried from a really long workday, so bear with me while I stumble over my tongue. Tongues are such an improbable thing to have in a face. They're just so awkward. It's like Jabba the Hutt lives in my mouth. Anyway, then I'll add that status effect to each character that's a thrall that's loaded, and then I'm done. If the trinket didn't pop and I filled my adrenaline bar up, then in my case, I don't have a trinket on, and instead I'll just flash the adrenaline bar, so the heal will happen either way. So all that code looks correct. Now we can find out if it works. So I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to do 2-on-2 trolls, let them duke it out, and then step in between and start parrying stuff until I get enough adrenaline to see them heal. And then I'm going to put I did something similar to that before. Maybe I'll put a trinket on. Do I have a trinket? I do not. What's a good trinket? Dev commands, God, spawn, trinket. It's an easy one. Trinket, bronze, health. Give me that thing. Heart of the forest. Adrenaline is 50. Okay, it won't take too long to fill up. Health regen effect of 25% for 60 seconds. Cool. Stop pushing me, boar. All right, so I'm gonna. Should I enthrall you? Why not? You're gonna die when the trolls spawn anyway. Okay. So spawn troll 4. I'll Poke a couple of these guys. There we go. Alright, so here it comes. Actually, I've got three on one. Whoops. My adrenaline's at 6. Because I'm wearing the trinket, I need 50. I think I need some more enemy trolls. There, now it's a little more fair. Okay, I blocked one. My shield up. Oh, just took my trinket off. Whoops. Oh, so it did change back to my base adrenaline. Alright, let's keep blocking. All the enemies are dead. Well, you guys are a little bit much of a wrecking crew, you know that? A little too much. Look at them. They want to be next to me so bad. I wonder if they're all trying to get to the same position. So they get shovey. Right? They form a little... That boar is in big trouble. The charm effect's about to wear off anyway. Let me spawn one more when it does, and then I'll recharm. Recharm 2. What are they doing? What do they hate? What are they attacking? Oh, one of them is still got a green health bar. That's a bug. My charm list is empty. Somehow he retained the wrong faction. That's a new bug. Interesting. Oh, that's good to find. I wonder if I can recharm him, because he's not in the charm list. I should be able to charm him again. I wonder why he didn't reset his faction when his charm wore off. Huh. Alright, well, let's get 4 trolls out there. This time I only want 2 of them. I want you. And you. Alright. I want to get in here and start parrying crap. I should use a less powerful status effect, because I'm hitting them with arrows that do every type of damage. And I don't think they're going to last long enough. Why don't you attack me? Over here, you attack me. Alright, got 32. I want 50. Yeah, I need to buff them with a little bit less aggro buff. It's gonna take me a while to fill this up. Parry. Yeah, I need to get some more trolls out there. Parry. Oh, almost full. Ouch. Lost one of my charms. Let's use a less powerful charm. Still have my adrenaline. You're a thrall. You're a thrall. Get a couple more trolls out there. Get my shield up. Start parrying stuff. Alright. Almost full here. Alright, 66 out of 100. Or out of 80. 76 out of 80. Boom. Alright, so that, I saw the particle effect trigger for the trinket. Let me check my log. So it says here... Okay. There's my charm list. Where's my status effect? Oh, yeah, look at this. So it says right here, troll hit by troll with this damage. They do blunt, pierce, and chop, and pickaxe, which is interesting. Because troll mining is obviously intentional by Iron Gate, because trolls do pickaxe damage. So I put a status effect, and he's got a status effect on him, SE Trinket Bronze Health. So that's my Heart of the Forest sitting on that troll. So that works. So they're buffed. At least it happened there. And it looks like it just happened now too. So my thralls are near full health, and they have Heart of the Forest effects on them. Yep, they do. So checking the log here, both trolls have Heart of the Forest effect on them. So that gives them regen, right? Health regen. So we should see their health bars tick up a little bit maybe. They got a lot of health though. Taking a lot of damage from these 3 bruisers. I actually... Alright, let me heal my boy. It didn't occur to me that... Okay, now I got nobody. So let's see. I'll pick the weakest. Oh. Charm the weakest if I can get an arrow off. Okay. Get in here and see if I can fill up my health bar. Get a heal on him. No, couldn't heal him in time. Parrying machine though, if you're good you can... Yeah, I just got another adrenaline effect proc on me. So Heart of the Forest just refreshed. Let's take... What do I want to do? I want to see it proc on everybody. I can't kill you guys. I'm a pacifist, can't you tell? All I'm doing is manipulating your minds to become insane and attack each other with bloodlust. There's nothing aggressive about that. Alright, this should leave me with 1 troll. Almost 1. Alright, you are my thrall. Why don't you kill that guy? You have decent health on you. I want to get that bug again, where the effect popped, you know, the charm wore off, but he didn't change faction. That was interesting. I don't know what caused it because there was so much chaos going on. Time of day is noon. Hey, Moti. Thanks for coming in, man. How you doing? So I just added the first 2 items on my list here. Let me show you my title card. So I was going to share trinket powers with thralls and implement a heal mechanic. So what I just did was add some code to detect when the adrenaline bar is about to fill up, and then as soon as it crosses over, I do a heal. I apply a direct heal to all my thralls, and that works. Then I found the code where it adds the detects the trinket, figures out what the trinket status effect is, and applies it to the player. And I pulled that code out of the Valheim code and stuck it in my own code, and I modified it so that instead of healing me, or I mean putting a trinket power on me, it puts the trinket power on everybody. And there might be a bug there where if the trinket power is already there, that it adds it again, which I think is probably not desirable and will probably have a side effect. I think I should probably find if it's already there and reset it. But I should do that right now, actually. But anyway, it seems to work. It's hard to test because there's just so much chaos. But you can see it, like if I spawn a troll in and this guy starts duking it out with the troll, I step in, I parry him a couple times. If I don't have a trinket active, it just heals my thrall. In fact, I'm going to re-thrall this guy. Wait. I'm using arrows that are a little powerful. I hacked the wood arrow so that it does like a buttload of all sorts of crazy damage. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I had a pretty exhausting work day and got home, and I have this ritual with my cats. When I either get out of the shower or I come in the door, I have an empty cardboard box in the middle of the floor. I have hardwood floors in my space here next to the computer. I leave this empty cardboard box. Cats love to crawl in and out of it, and make a fort out of it, and sit in and look around at stuff. Hey, X Small. Hey man, X, it's good to see you. So what I do is when I get in the door from work, I grab like a small handful of cat treats, greenies, dental cat treats. And I fling them over in the direction of the box, and they scatter. And then the cats have like puzzles to solve to try to find them all when I first get home. I forgot why I was talking about all that because I'm a little fried. I need to make some. Let's see, do we want fire, glass? Let's do glass because that does slash damage. Or actually the best one would be flint. Let me spawn some flint. Spawn flint. Let's get a stack. Oh, I'm heavy. Why? Oh, because of all this crap. I need to repair my armor. I broke all my armor parrying the trolls. Let's make a couple flint arrows. Let's use those because they're not ungodly OP like the ones I've been using. Alright, you're my buddy. I want to heal you. I'm going to spawn an enemy troll. And then you guys are going to fight, but I'm going to come in and parry. And I don't have a trinket active. So I want to fill up my adrenaline bar. Normally I don't think you get an adrenaline bar unless you have a trinket active. Is he going to kill him? He's going to kill him before I have a chance to fill up my adrenaline. Alright, one more. Come on, one more double hand Hulk smash. And we're good. Alright, so my troll has a little bit of damage there. My troll just got healed to full health, and my adrenaline bar reset. Yeah, my adrenaline bar reset. Now if I do the same thing with the trinket enabled, I need a thrall. So you're pretty low health. I wonder if I can heal you. Probably you're not going to make it, I don't think. So if I get a trinket active and they don't stagger me first. Alright, let's thrall you. Alright, you're going to kill your buddy. Kill him. Alright, he's toast. Spawn a troll. Alright, so now this guy, if I do enough adrenaline, ouch, it'll heal this guy and apply Heart of the Forest power to him. Alright, fill that bar. You're gonna die first. Hold on. Oh, he's got the trinket power on him already, and it's causing health regen. Is that what's happening here? Or is it happening every time I parry? No, it's health regen. Alright, he's already got the power on him. Yeah, he does. Now they both do. So one of the side effects of doing this way is that once the charm breaks, if you don't recharm them, they still got all that crap on them, so they become super deadly. 3160 in Trailblazer? Holy crap. Wow, dude. That's almost a perfect score. I wonder, I don't actually know what a perfect score is. Like 3200? Wow. That's the world record, I'm certain. I'm just going to let them beat on me, and then when I get close to filling my adrenaline bar, I'll enthrall the sickest one of them. And Grayling picked a bad place to stand. Did I fill it up already? Yeah, I did. Shit. I'm going to fill it up again then. Oh, timing is terrible. Double parry. Alright, so now I'm going to enthrall the sick guy. I mean, the one with the least health. Alright, and then, yeah, so what happened right then is wait, he got fully healed. My adrenaline bar is not full, so there's a bug. There's a bug somewhere. Alright. I want to print something. So I'll just print a little something to the log that says, I healed you. So I can see if heals wrong. 3,300, yeah. Fucking rancid, man. I'm serious about rancid remains. Like, it's so tempting to, like, go in and add some rancid cheese, you know, where I don't know, I wouldn't know how to get them to spawn regularly. Like, I'd probably dig around in there and figure out a way that, like, every burial chamber has a rancid in it, or 50% of them do, or change the, change the percentage chance. That's actually not too bad of an idea, but short of that, I love the idea of like going to Haldor and buying a rancid remains trophy off of him for just like a whole shitload of money, like more gold than you can carry. Like, you make it so that he only takes gold and nothing else, and you have to have the gold on you, and you have to like bring it to him. No, yeah, there's no way to do that. I like the idea of making you encumbered and having to like poop walk from your portal into Haldor and then buy the rancid remains trophy with like 2,000 gold or something. Yeah, the raid with him. Yeah, that's right. If you found Rocky, you could exchange it for any non-boss trophy. That's kind of fun. I like that. Unfortunately, that would encourage players to spend the last 30 minutes of their stream, or however many minutes of their stream, just going through the Black Forest looking at rocks. Which, you know, could be fun to watch, you know, trying to find Rocky. I still haven't found a Rocky. I haven't really, like, gone on a rock hunt, but I do like that idea. I would love to use Rocky for something in one of these modes. Yeah, totally, Modi. What could Rocky do? Xmal says, I don't mind that he's rare. Yeah, I know. It just means you have to try a bunch of chambers, you know? Get lucky. Like, every once in a while, a saga run happens where you get an Iron Mace really early because you found him. So there's definitely an upside. Alright, so that all worked. But I think there might be a bug. Because I'm getting perfect blocks. And it looks like it's healing my thrall. Yeah, I've watched a couple people leaving portals at chambers. You know, BC1, BC2, BC3. That's a good strategy. So let's see, what are we doing? Looking for a bug. I want to go into God. I want to spawn troll 2. I want to put my weak arrows on. And then, come on, fellers. Oh, I don't have a trinket. Well, I just want to see if parrying causes my thrall to heal. I can do that now. Okay. I'll take the log troll. And then I'm going to get in here with my carapace buckler and start blocking shit. No, that didn't heal him. That didn't heal him. That did. Oh, because I filled up my adrenaline bar. Let me check the log. That's not the log. I see a heal. Oh yeah, healed charmed enemy to full health due to adrenaline overflow. Although my adrenaline is set to 30 there, so it didn't reset it, and that's a side effect of the code not resetting it. So I actually have to do that when you don't have a trinket and you filled your adrenaline bar. To do that manually. And I also wanted to not add the status effect if it exists. So has status effect. Get status effect. Name hash. Is that what I want? Get status effect. Name hash, blah, blah, blah. If the status effect hash set contains the... Alright, look for it and return it. Yeah, this is what I want. So I'm just going to see if that status effect's already on the guy. Do it like that. Dot name hash. Name hash. Name hash. Right. Alright, so if he has that status effect, then I want to do that. Else, let's see. I want to, okay, active status effect. Status effect active SE equals this. If active SE active SE dot reset time, so that refreshes it instead of adding another one. Because I think what I was seeing before when I had them going and healing is that there maybe were multiple ones on there that were taking the health up. I don't know. I still need to repro that. So if there's not if that status effect isn't on the character, then add it. And that'll prevent double add, and then this thing will fix the adrenaline not resetting when it fills up. All right, I'm gonna read chat. No, that's interesting, Modi. Saying that, like, turn in the boss trophies for a free trophy. Yeah. Yeah, I made the joke in Thread stream the other day that if you you can buy a Rancid Remains trophy for every other trophy in the game. Right. So you have to turn in all the rest of them. Not that they fit in your inventory, but I mean, it kind of feels that way, right? Like you have a better chance of collecting every trophy but Rancid Remains than getting just one Rancid Remains trophy. Okay, so I think I'm happy with the way this works. I got the status effect stuff kind of lined up. I want to reproduce that bug with somebody uncharming but not changing faction, because their health bar was still friendly, and I'm super curious why it didn't reset that. Because I don't see how that could happen. Because I store the faction. Oh, there's my answer. Faction training dummy. Training dummy has its own faction. So enemies won't attack it. But if I could take a training dummy and set its faction to player, and then enemies would attack it. You watch Twig duke it out with a pig. Twig v pig. Prime. If you ever watch Thread streams, he's so funny, man, that dude. Anyway, but back to Rocky as something that you could use in one of these crazy trophy modes. I do like the idea of, like, if you just stumble across Rocky, that it gives you some little benefit. I'm going to check this in. So, adrenaline mechanic works, including heals for thralls and sharing of trinket status effects. I'm sure there's a bug with, like, how it handles multiple status effects and all that, but so what would be fun now? Maybe implementing trying to get, like, reasonable values on the different arrows. Because right now I just kind of pulled some numbers out of my ass, and, like, for instance, the wood arrow does 2x the character damage for fire, frost, lightning, poison, and spirit. So it's like throws the book at him. The wood arrow, I think, is meant to just do a charm and not anything else, not buff them. Wait, I have a little table here of multipliers. Actually, I did have. I wanted it to double their damage. So what'll happen is, but a wood arrow, which damage is the question. So I want to do M, and this percentage is not my spelling. It's from the code. So I'll just do base damage times 2, I think is what I wanted there. So it'll just do normal across whatever the base damage is for that character. It'll just double their damage. That means a charmed pig is mightier than a non-charmed pig. Charmed neck is mightier than a non-charmed neck. Spawning a raid with a specific creature. Yeah, I don't know. So sort of playing off that idea, Modi says make it harder for the player to get the trophy, like spawning a raid with a specific creature and only one drops it, so they have to kill everything. Similar to that would be like, what if you found Rocky and the minute you picked it up, what do you have to do to Rocky? You have to, like, cook it? I don't remember how you turn the mysterious stone into Rocky, but, like, if you actually turned it into Rocky, they would immediately start a raid of skeletons, and they would just blast a bunch of skeletons at you, and some of those would be rancids. That would give you a chance. You'd have to weather the raid and deal with it at your base or wherever, but it's not a bad idea. Because raids are disabled in most of this stuff. most of the game modes. So there's something there, though. Like you find a rare object and you get to use it one time for a raid of skeletons. As X mentioned before, that skeleton raids would spawn rancids. That's an excellent observation. So there's something there, maybe. I like the purity of these modes being at Valheim spawn. The Valheim spawn rates for things. So rancid, super rare. Because most of the modes, except for Saga, keep things pretty vanilla with the way the game works. Except I play around with what you're allowed to build and so forth. But Saga seems like the mode where if you found a rare object, excuse me, like Rocky, you could specifically get a raid going. So that's kind of cool. All right, so see, damage modifier. I don't think that's working. So I can remove that. Armor multiplier, I think, does work. How were we doing armor before? It was in last stream. I think it was all handled in the base class. SE Gondor effect. So like the whole status effect system that Valheim has, there's a status effect which just like is the basic class of status effects. Then there's SE stats, which allows you to do stat modifiers. And so I made a base class of my own based on the SE stats called Gondor effect. And Gondor is the magic arrow thing. And then all of my arrows effects are based off of that one. So in the base of it, I do scale outgoing damage by the adrenaline. And then when the character gets damage, I modify it by the adrenaline scaler. But I don't have a way of scaling the adrenaline scaler. That doesn't really make sense. The scale magnitude is how much I want to modify. Adrenaline scale magnitude is how much adrenaline affects both the outgoing and both the damage that it delivers and the damage that it takes. And so I think for the different effects, I want to set that to be increasing values. What? It's in the base class, dude. Why is that not? Did I not make that public? Oh, I didn't make this a public variable. Okay. Scale magnitude is 1, so then the armor multiplier is not going to do anything for me. So each one of these, just need to clean up this code a little bit. I put these variables in before I understood how the status effect system modifies incoming and outgoing damage. Right now I have them scaled by adrenaline only. I may want to change that. Okay. Hi, Jordan. Yeah, this is good stuff, Modi. Thanks for throwing stuff out there. I love suggestions. You know, there's definitely something there. Maybe it's rocky. Maybe it's something else rare. Maybe you have to buy something from Hilder. Maybe you get something from Brenna. You know, you get that big, heavy chest from Brenna. You can do something with that. I like the idea of maybe not Brenna. Maybe you have to have every chest from every Hilder event in your inventory to cause the raid. Doesn't make any damn sense from a lore perspective, but mechanically, well, you know, mechanics-wise, that's sensible. So, Jordan, I guess on Discord, you're Georgius Jots. I didn't really put it together. I was trying to at you on the message earlier, and I was like, Jordan. Because I hit at, and I was like, it's probably this person, but I don't actually know. And now it seems kind of stupid that I was confused. So what's next? I guess we can play with incoming and outgoing damage on thralls. I already have a specific... Like if I hit somebody with a frost arrow, they'll do frost damage to the other dude. So I can demonstrate that. Oh, that's a good action shot right there. How do you free fly? I know that the Unity Explorer allows you to free cam. But it's a little wonky. I think I can only do it when the game is running because I can't seem to actually move. And you see how it turns the shaders off? It like cuts the shaders down when I go into the free cam. Turns off all the fancy shader features. Try to use game camera. Nope. That's because I want to do it while it's paused, though. I know there's free fly, but I can't detach the camera from the player and just cruise around in the menus. I've got such a good freeze frame going. All right, so anyway, let's take a look at the frost arrow. I can make one of those. Right now I have everything craftable. So here's a question for chat. Should these special arrows be craftable anywhere if you have the mats, or should I make them workbench only, or should I do level appropriate workbench? That troll is a badass. What's this going to be, Mang? Swing and a miss. So does my parry do damage to him? No. Okay, good. I'm still a pacifist. It does damage to me. Alright, let me see if I can hit him with a frost arrow, and then he'll do frost damage to the other troll. Okay. Spawn troll. Let's verify this still works. Boom, yeah, it frosted him. Alright, so the arrows damage types work. The adrenaline scaler seems to work, but I think I want higher level arrows. Sorry, I think I want higher level arrows to give you more base damage and more base Damage protection. So let's add that. Right now I've got everything just set to 2x additional damage. I wonder if I should set base damage to 2x as well. Like the straight up non-magical or non-flavored, unflavored damage. My thinking right now is that I need to add a new scalar for, see, base damage modifier. Yeah, I think I like that. And base damage reduction modifier. And then use those when I calculate both. Okay, so here I'm taking all the damage types from the percent damages that I'm creating for the status effect. This is on the thrall. And modifying that. So scaling that by 1 plus the adrenaline times the adrenaline scale magnitude. But I think I want it also to be scaled by the base damage modifier. So if adrenaline scalar is 1 and the adrenaline scale magnitude is 0, I think it's 0 based if I'm not mistaken. No, it's 1 based. Is 1. So this means this is how much adrenaline, having full adrenaline scales the damage. I think I want to maybe replace that with the base damage modifier. So it's the adrenaline applied to the base damage modifier. So if that's 5 and you have full adrenaline, that'll be 1. So that it modifies the damage to be, what would that be? That would be 6. It's not intuitive. Pixel, hey man. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, so workbench. Yeah, so okay, so what workbench means, that so you have to go back to your base, kit out yourself with arrows you want, and then go do combat. And so you're out running around, you run out of arrows of a specific type. You have to go back to your base and get the right ones. So that should just a basic charm arrow be craftable anywhere? It just takes wood, right? There's no other ingredients. So I feel like the ability to charm at all should be always present, right? But to make anything that's more nuanced than that, higher level arrows, blunt damage, charm, frost charm, you should have to use a workbench. So then the next question is, do we want the work? Like I'm basically let me show you the code. I'm basically blasting my own recipes into this thing when it fires up. And I can specify in this table what the ingredients are and what the workbench, like which workbench is required and all that, and what level it needs to be. And so right now I just set it up so that you can always build these arrows anytime if you have the ingredients, and they only take 1 ingredient. So should you have to unlock workbench upgrades to get the fancier arrows? Probably yes, huh? I'm thinking you get the wood one for free, but you have to build. Should you have to collect all the normal ingredients for arrows that you currently have to, like obsidian, free frost gland, feathers, and wood to make a frost arrow, or should we make it simpler? Right now, I just have it like if you have a freeze gland, you can make an arrow, and like all these magical arrows just require, I think, wood and one ingredient, or it may just be one ingredient. I think it's just one ingredient. They should probably require wood, but the fiction is that these are magical arrows and that they're potentially um, not made from physical. Yeah, I don't know. It does look like an arrow. The UI. How hard can it be to do a trail watching the goat? Let's try. So I'm not sure. I think you're referring to me as the goat, like goat horse, which is so freaking humbling. Um, but I like the idea that it's two animals wrapped into one, a goat and a horse. And the fiction on, or the I guess the origin of goat of oat horse is that when I first started tweeting, when like Twitter first came out, I uh, I basically just spammed stupid shit into Twitter, and I had this story about how I had this horse named Oat Horse, and he had a goat, and I called his goat Oat Horse Goat, and oat horse goat like to eat oats, and it was just, and I tweeted in all caps, and it was back when you could tweet like 5 characters or whatever. So whenever I see goat horse, I think of oat horse and his oat horse goat, and so I switched my I switched over to using oat horse as my online whatever handle at some point, because of that stupid, basically me trolling Twitter. I remember like days of that. I had this thing on my phone. I had my first like capacitive touch phone, and I was like tweeting with it, and this little thing that let me tweet and post to Facebook and something else at the same time. So I was just doing these all caps little nonsense tweets. And then I got one reply from somebody that I met when I was in New Zealand who was like, I hope this never stops. Because it was so just nothing. Um, anyway, what was I doing? I was in the middle of doing something, and I got distracted by Pixel Diablo. I think he's doing a run right now in Trailblazer. I'll warn you that it may be dangerous because you may get sleepy. Yeah, my streams are known to cause grown women to fall asleep at their keyboards or in their beds, presumably. I'm gonna clean up some dead code while I'm not doing anything with my brain. Oh yeah, I was looking at, what was I looking at? Oh, I was showing off that the arrow cost thing. We were talking about that. So maybe I just leave the arrow creation alone. Maybe I change the recipes to use less of each ingredient. Maybe not so many feathers or no feathers. Should make more than usual. Yeah, that's a good idea. I can increase the stack size. That's the way to handle it, isn't it, Jordan? Um, make it a pain in the ass to make them like they normally are. People know how to do it, but when you do it, you get a big old quiver full of them, and that lasts you for a while. So that's a way of making feathers less annoying to get, is you don't have to get very many. Like, I like that. I think is good idea. I am actually going to put a comment in the code around that. So what accesses the arrow data? And here's the change arrow list. So here's where I basically clobber the vanilla recipe with my own stuff. I'm going to make a comment in here. To do keep recipes the same, but create fat stacks. Bigger stacks. So this recipe requires this 5 requirement. It requires 5 wood. They all right now require 5 of the element, and then they spit out 5 of the thing. So why not just make that 100? So no matter what you build, it's 100. And then maybe I leave the resource requirement the same. Why am I doing this to the vanilla recipe? Did I already? Oh, I am modifying the vanilla recipe. Yeah. So maybe I just leave this the way it was, and you have to build them legit. So you have to. What? There we go. And min station level. Do I want to modify that so that your basic crafting station can do it all? No, I probably want to leave that vanilla too. Well, for testing, I want to be able to do all of this while walking around. But I think that's a strategy. Create bigger stacks. Make workbench and level. Let's see, make station type and level requirements stay the same as vanilla. And you can't repair arrows, so no need to worry about a repair station. It's funny, I don't think they do it, but it's possible in the code to have one kind of station make a thing and another kind of station repair it. So I could potentially make all things craftable in the game repairable at, I don't know, a workbench or a cooking pot or Anyway, all right, good. So I'll do that in the future, but right now it just requires one of the special thing. Let's say one of the special thing. And there's no level upgrades. And it spits out 100. I'll make testing easier. So now what? Should I figure out a way to add icons to the health bar, the pink health bar when somebody's charmed, for each status effect they have? It would either be something like frost, spirit, burning, like fire, whatever their buff is. I could put a little icon there saying he's got this buff. But I don't want to clutter things too much either. I mean, just adding an additional health bar is kind of a lot. Let's try out the new build and the new recipe requirements. So disappointed Cookie hasn't shown up and said, okay, I'm going to bed. I guess tomorrow she's about to wake up for work. I would suspect. What time is it in CET right now? It's probably like 4 in the morning. All right, let's try some arrow making. So I've got this 5 ashwood. If I want to make a charred arrow, yeah, requires 1 ashwood. Yep, creates a stack of 100. Nice. Nice. Alright, so you're a charred boar now. I want you to attack somebody so I can see if you have 2 status effects on you and not just 1. Death commands. On boar. Attack him. Sweet. Did you attack him or did he attack me? Looks like he attacked me. Get him, boar. Should I turn off their standard AI behavior? Oh wow, he attacked the hell out of him. Status effect, charred Gondor. So yeah, he didn't have the old status effect on him from being charmed. So that's working, replacing the charm with a fancy charm. So let's see what to do next. Let's consult the list. So I was saying sharing trinket powers with thralls done, implement the heal mechanic done, doing a bunch of playtesting, doing some of that, taking down a couple bosses, and then sharing the sideload on Discord. Yeah. Feel like we've got it at a decent place, so let me make a new character, make a new character, make a new world, try to play it legit, see if I can get all the way to killing the elder maybe. Is there a way to identify what arrows specific creatures affected by? Yeah, I was thinking about that, Modi, and that, so like when you hit your thrall and you charm somebody with a frost arrow, they're charmed and they're going to do your combat for you, but they also do frost damage, and you have to remember that. There's no indicator. And my thought was to stick a little frost icon on underneath their charm bar or next to it or something, to let you see that they're a frost thrall or whatever. I could do that. That would be an interesting thing to dig in. I've got maybe another hour and a half of streaming in me, I think, and that's doable. I did want to playtest a bit, maybe see if I can recreate that charm break where the faction didn't change. Did I pick Peacenik again? I did. Start game. Ooh, I like you for testing. I'll keep you. You're a new guy. Any suggestions on name? I want to give him girl hair. Matronly. I want to give him a girl beard. There are no girl beards. I'm going to do female character with man beard. Oh man, I want to put a beard on her. Women can have beards too. A man bun. This dude's emo as hell. He listens to My Chemical Romance. And he stays inside, so he's super pale. His hair is dark black. Yeah, there we go. That's the most emo looking Viking. What would his name be? Azrael. That's not his real name. His real name is Bob. But in high school, he decided to go by Azrael. All right, Azrael, let's go test out some peace. Am I in the mode? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. I many times forget. Azrael's emo basement. Yeah, a little indicator would be cool. I can make it small. One of my things with the TrophyHuntMod is I'm trying to not add any resources to it, so I don't want to stick any icons on disk. I don't want to try to use a Unity bundle with assets in it because I don't know how to use Unity. It sounds annoying. So I try to reuse everything that's found already in Valheim. So like this little spinning trophy icon indicator is just the trophy from the user interface. I found it, I fish it out, and then I replace the loading spinner with it. And all the trophy icons and all the icons I use for the TrophyHuntMod UI are all reused from existing assets. So there are UI icons in there that I can grab and use. And there's a list that the TrophyHuntMod guys have. They have a data miner that generates asset lists, and they have a great web page with all that stuff listed. As a matter of fact, why don't we go over there and have a look? That's completely, oh my god, my eyes. That's the wrong window. So yeah, this is the Valheim modding. It's the TrophyHuntMod guys of JBL, but this is the modding wiki, Valheim data. And you can look at all sorts of stuff that's in there. You can look at what the item hash is. You can look at the internal item name, pretty name, and then what it's actually called in the game object name. It's so-called prefab, which is a Unity thing. Oh, wait. I'm still on the stream. Okay, I forgot to switch it back. So sorry. Thank you. The music is a bit loud compared to my voice. You mean the stream starting soon? Scream? Thank you. There's no way for me to know these things. Let me see if I can fix that. Music. Speed. Is there volume here? Doesn't look like I can adjust the volume. That's good to know, though. How would I? Oh yeah, I can adjust the volume. There we go. Thank you. Is that better? I think this is probably better. Oh, thanks for telling me. Like, I don't know how streamers would know any of these things, because watching your own stream while you're streaming is like streamception. Doesn't make, it's hard to know what the end user is experiencing without recording one and then like going to another computer or, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know how to do it. So on the JVL website, here's a list of all the items in the game. So like here's Mega Yord, Belt Strength it's called in the prefab list. And then there's this whole GUI sprite list. Unfortunately, they don't show what the sprites are, and I get why, because they're kind of in a big blob. So, like, if you look in go to dev. So I ran the data mining tool myself, and the assets for Sprite are stored in a funny way. There's all these little JSON files that describe the dimensions of the sprite for each of the things in this giant sprite map. And then there's just this 2D texture with like all the sprites in it. Yeah, let's open paint.net. So here they are in one giant file. And they're just kind of dumped into this giant texture. And then those little sprite asset JSON files refer to the coordinates inside this giant guy. It's not very convenient to work with, but you can see here they are, like everything. And so if I want to use a sprite, there's seemingly no rhyme or reason to how these are ordered. It's probably auto-generated by Unity or something. But like here's lightning bolt. I would love to use that for when you've charmed a thrall with a charred arrow and it's going to do lightning damage. That this icon indicator shows up on the health bar or the charm bar. This running man on fire is a great icon for fucking rules. Here's corpse run. So they're all in there. I just have to figure out what the name is. What would be a good one for spirit damage? Maybe this little magic wand looking dealy? Or spirit damage is yellow, or like spirit effects are yellow, so I would have to find a representative one for spirit. Yeah, so anyway, it is they are all in here, and I can reuse them, and I'll just shrink them down. What's this thing? This is a placeholder asset. It looks like some kind of pry bar or something. Looks like this got made quickly by an artist or somebody early on in development, and they're just like cut the feature. So there's this. It's a janky looking tool of some kind. I would love to use that for something. It's so janky looking. I wonder if there's other jank in here that I could just use. Like dev assets that were never intended to be used or see the light of day. Might be. I love that thing though. Look at that. It's like somebody with like MS Paint took like 2 minutes to make that thing. Now I want to use it for something. This looks pretty placeholder too. What is that? I don't know what that is. Is that a fire pit? The sunglasses thing looks like a dev placeholder icon too, and I bet I can access that heart. Oh yeah, right here. Look at that thing. I love this. I love that icon. That's maybe you're sweating or you're sick or you're. This is probably the puke, like sick puke icon. But they just cut it and didn't use it in the game. Getting a sneak peek at the probably programmer made assets that were put in. Oh, this is great right here. Placeholder. So obviously a placeholder. Oh, that's encumbered. Is that used in the game, that encumbered one? I love placeholder. Those guys are funny. Oh yeah, speaking of funny little finds inside the Valheim engine, check this out. I don't know if you can read it. Yeah, here we go. So there's this class that does the profanity filtering. Yeah, man carrying a box, that's right. Here we go. See if you can see this on screen. There's this class in the code that does the profanity filtering. And the class name is censor shitty words. That's, as a programmer, that appeals to the programmer side of me. As a programmer, I don't know if that made me cringe when I heard myself say as a programmer. I'm not a programmer, but yeah, it appeals to the programmer side of me that there's a profanity filter that has profanity in it. That's so good. Anyway, I'm getting completely sidetracked here, so I apologize to the watchers and the chat for completely getting on several sidebars there. I just thought that was interesting stuff inside the code. So anyway, the long and short of it is, yes, I can find some icons to use. We can put them on the status bar. And that might be worth doing. And I kind of want to, I can do a playthrough. Hey, Archie, man. The man who started it all. All this trophy hunt stuff is because of Archie, by the way. So everybody give their propers to Archie for hatching this whole thing that I've been obsessed with for like a year or more. How long's it been? Yeah, just me crawling around in the code, Archie. Did you see that censor shitty words class that they have in the code for their profanity filter? That's like, I just love that. I love Iron Gate. So here's a question for chat. Hey, Mashnut, what's up? How do they call a bunch of goats? A herd of goats? One wants to know. My eyes. Let's ask the internet, or that's probably a chatbot. What is a group of goats called? A flock, a tribe, a tripe, a trip, or a herd? A trip of goats. Yeah, a gathering of goats is officially called a trip. A trip of goats. Maybe because they're eating those little blue mushrooms that grow in the pastures. So they be tripping. What was I doing? Oh. Right, so we were gonna... I was just debating whether I wanted to try to add an icon to the status bar. Or... new bar object. So I have this bar that I make. It's a game object, and I could hang a gathering of goats, a murder of goats. So let's see. Why don't I snarf some? Let's do that. It sounds like more fun. I'll stick icons on underneath the charm bar, and then I can also, if you've got a trinket and you fill your adrenaline bar and all your charmed thralls get to share your trinket effect, then I can add that trinket icon to the bar as well. So that would actually be helpful when looking at your thralls to see what they're capable of. And also when they break charm, you'll know, well, no, you won't. The charm bar will go away when they break charm. Yeah, so when they break charm, it's, it's a free-for-all. You have to remember. But if you were looking at their charm bar and you saw what they had on them, it's possible that they would still have that. But I think it's worth trying to... I'm going to go into my UI code, and I set up an icon. I think it requires a transform, a rect transform, and an image object nested under them. So let's build UI elements. Let's see, create. It's a good example for this. Pretty much anything that has an icon. The deaths element would be a good example. So starting with game object, which I have, I would set the parent to the parent transform. All right, let's steal this code. I'm going to steal my own code to make a new thing. My cat is slowly and sneakily trying to get on my lap, like I don't know that she's there. Like she thinks that she's undetected as she's crawling onto my lap, so she's going real slow, like fucking Mission Impossible or something. You're stupid, and you're cute, and you're really soft, but you're really stupid. Yeah. So let me see if I can just real quick hang a charred skull icon off of the charm bar, and that as a proof of concept, and then we can actually. All right, so here we go. The new bar object is a game object. So I'll get a trophy sprite, charred skull, set it to that, to get I'll call this thing charm icon 1. Parent transform is a transform object. I think I can get that transform from new bar object. New bar object dot transform. So that means that this game object is hanging off of that game object. Then for this game object, I want to, we'll rename skull element to charm icon element. The charm icon element, I'll add a component rect transform, and a rect transform is how Unity positions things in the UI, and it just has a bunch of coordinates, like how big is this thing, where is it relative to the parent object. So I'm going to say it's directly below, no, it's left justified and a little bit below it. I think negative 10, negative 20. And then we want to scale that, add a scale of nothing to it. We can maybe scale that later. Then what I do is this icon that I got, this game object that I created, I'm going to add another component to it, which is the image, and then set that up. So the rect transform allows me to position this game object, and then the image allows me to assign a sprite to it. We'll do white, and raycast target false means I can't click on it. Because when you click when you click the game field and you're clicking on a UI object, it's casting a ray from where the mouse pointer is into the UI scene and does a collision check to see if it collides with something. That's the only way that it makes sense that it's called raycast target. So I think that's enough to put a charred skull underneath the charm bar. Oh God, somebody Somebody's coming into my building and my cat is suddenly on alert. The claws are out. So she's forgotten that she's standing on an animal right now. Stop it with the claws. All right, so this should make a large. You know what? I think it's time to leave my lap, James Bond. Am I muted? I'm paranoid I'm muted. No, I'm not. All right. I got to find something that shows an icon on my screen when my microphone is muted. I have this little switch on the microphone line. That's the way I mute it, but oh yeah, there's a question for chat. It's a burning question. So I'm going to flip my microphone on and off. I see a spike in my view meter in OBS when I turn it on and off, and I'm wondering if this makes a loud snipping sound when I do it. So 1, 2, 3. There, I flipped it on and off. 1, 2, 3. All right, did it again. So does that create a loud thunk or something? Yeah, exactly, Jordan. This particular cat, it gives no shits about what the outside world gives back to her. She has an idea about what she wants to do, and she'll just, just doggedly, like a donkey, just keep doing it. So, I can't really prevent her. She jumps up on the bed. I'm like, no, off the bed. And then she jumps back up on the bed. I'm like, no, off the bed. And you'd think that there'd be some imprint into her memory that's like, the last 5 times I tried to jump up on here, I got thrown off. So I'm going to go do something else with my cat time. But no, so just repeatedly jump up and jump up and jump up and jump up. And it's like write-only memory. All right, let's go back to our tester Peacenik and the Peacenik world. Charm something and see if there's a big black skull beneath it, beneath the charm bar. If I did all that right, then I've got that icon. And then what I can do is try to figure out what icons I want to display. All right, Piggy, going to be my guinea pig. All right, well, that is not a charred icon. That is a large white square. So we're partway there. What that looks like to me is that the icon didn't load. So get trophy sprite, skull sprite didn't work. Weird. You'd think it would work. Also, I moved it the wrong direction. And it's too damn big. I think 16 by 16 is reasonable. But why is that not a sprite and just this must be null. A trophy charged skull. Oh yeah, that's not a trophy sprite. I don't think. What's it do? It gets a prefab out of the item database, pulls the item drop component out, and returns the icon from it. I don't know that I need to do all that. That's not an item. It works in the UI elsewhere. Why doesn't it work now? One wonders. I think I may have typed the wrong code. Yeah, no, that should have worked. I should see an icon there, not a white box. So the UI elements that I'm putting it into must not like it somehow. I don't know how that works. Where else do I pull an icon? I have a trophy icon. Out of my, okay. Icon list. I have an icon list. Why don't I just use the first element of that? Icon list is what? A list of game objects. No, that's maybe why. No, that's not why. Yeah, so you do get a click. Thank you, Jordan. Well, that's not pro streamer behavior. I guess I'll keep it. Okay. Yeah, so let's pick something else. Where do I keep all my sprites? Let's try the trophy sprite. I have that handy. Pacifism. So we'll just say the skull sprite is the trophy sprite. No, we'll get rid of that. These comments don't apply. That's the trophy sprite. Colors white raycast target. Let's try it again. So we want to go through the list of all the status effects on the character. See if they're one of mine. No. How do I want to do this? I don't think there's anything about the trinket status effect that points back to the UI element for it. Whoops. Yikes. Okay, come here, piggy. Oh, I straight up killed him. I'm not in pacifist mode. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to go to my... I tried to do a simulcast to Twitch using some OBS plugin. And it looks like the Twitch is just... Video download was canceled. Please try again. So it's not... Twitch is not working. I don't know how to do this stuff. I know a lot of people use like Restream or, you know, some... I don't want to pay any money for this stuff. Gotta bake a lot of bread to afford Streamlabs. I guess what I need to do is a keybind to mute my microphone when I'm drinking or eating something, or coughing or etc. Ah, dang it. Okay, big boy. Oh, come here, man. So what I want to see is a little trophy, little 16 by 16 trophy icon on him. Oh, it's there. It's just up above it. It's white. I did have the right direction, and it's the center of the bar, not the upper left of the bar. So it positions from the center, which is actually fine. I think I'd rather have that. So let's do -20. That would maybe -30. And I want to make it, oh, it'll make it white. Okay, so I can add these things in and enable them when there are status effects. And I only want to display my status effect or the trinket status effect. So when I add the trinket status effect, I have to somewhere do bookkeeping for what I did so that I can draw the icon, I think. Either that or just have a table in my code that has a list of all the trinket status effect name hash is the number that refers to the trinket status effect name, and a corresponding icon. I'll have to build that list. That'll work. I can do that. I'll just have a lookup table between the status effects name hash and name hash being like you feed a hash function a string, and it just pumps it into a little bit of math and turns it into something that's very unlikely to be the same as something else. And so you have the name like Frank or whatever, push it into the hash function, and it'll return some huge number that corresponds to Frank and most likely nothing else. That way, instead of comparing the string is Frank equal to this guy's name, you can just compare two numbers, which is super fast compared to comparing strings, which you have to go character by character until something isn't right. And so it's much faster to hash the names. And Valheim does a lot of that. All right, let's see that little trophy icon, Piggy. There it is. Now it's too low. You can see it there floating, right? It's this little tiny white trophy icon. There, it's easier to see there. Here, I'll blow it up. Oops. 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 How do I... Yeah, anyway. So you see it's there, right? It's just too low. So I need to raise it up. I'm at minus 30. Let's say minus 15 from source. Local scale, fine. Is that size too small? I think it probably is. Let's try 20 by 20. All right. So I know I'm not a real streamer and all that stuff, but I love doing this. And one way that you can encourage me to keep doing it is to God, I sound like a fucking YouTuber. To press the like button so I know that a human made a choice to be like, all right, go get him, champ, or something, so that I know that it's a human, right? And that encourages me. I care jack squat about metrics and like video visibility and promotion and all that. I really don't care about whether I get like tons of subscribers. I mean, if you like watching this and you want to know when I post a new one, and it like throws up in your feed because you don't want to be bothered to find it or look at a schedule or whatever, you can do that. But I'm pretty sure, Mash, at this point you're either a really sophisticated chatbot, like Claude or ChatGPT or whatever, or you're actual human. But most of what you've said has been sensible and accurate, so I assume you're not actually a chatbot. Chatbots remind me of that kid in grade school that like memorized all the parts of the Starship Enterprise or whatever, and so he would just sit there and hold forth, and there'd be like a bunch of other kids around him, and he would just say stuff, and everyone believed him because he sounded like he knew what he was talking about. That's what chatbots sound like to me. They're like super confident and authoritative and like wrong, and just completely full of shit. I wouldn't know, Mash, but you're interactive enough, and you're, I'm willing to believe. I think I have an intuitive sense that you're not a computer. Yeah, so there's the icon. It's a little bit bigger, right? So let's take a quick screeny of that. Let me zoom into that. If you can see that on my stream. That actually looks pretty good. terms of layout and positioning, I might drop it another pixel. We'll go down 1, but I think that's solid. And then if I have extras, center them right in that same spot. Oh yeah, I was going off on this thing about like press the like button and subscribe, just like as if I were a YouTuber or whatever. God, oh man, starting to hear myself. You know that point in your life where you like in your 20s and you're arguing with your girlfriend, you say something, it's like, oh my God, I heard my dad say that. Where did that come from? You know, I'm having one of those moments. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, and now I suddenly realize I'm doing the same thing. I should just admit that I'm a person like everyone. So how do we do this? How many can you have? You can have the arrows effect, and you can have maybe one other effect. And then if like you get a status effect because you're wet, like the thrall goes in the water and gets wet, I don't really want to display an icon for wet. So I think the trick here is we get 2. We get the arrows effect and we get the trinket effect, and I only care about those, and I'll display those. So I'm going to make 2 side-by-side icons here. Is there a way? Do I want to lay? Yeah, I think there's some way to have it auto lay these out, but I think that's probably a lot more objects. So what I'm going to do is just create charm icon. Let's see, let's call this charm icon 1 element 1. Rect transform we can reuse, image we can reuse, new bar object, we'll use that again. So I'll just duplicate all of this. Oop. And then just make this charm element 2. Not at all what I meant to do. 2. 2. And then I can reuse these local variables because they're already there. All right, that makes the second one. So let's offset this by 16 that way. No, 8, half of it. No, 9 for space. And we'll go 9 this way with 2 spaces in between. And so if this all works, then I should see 2 trophy icons next to underneath the health bar. So those in the chat, if you're at your keyboard, how many people does it show are watching this stream for you guys? I'm honestly having a hard time understanding viewership. I'm very skeptical. 195. See, does that sound right though? I mean, I don't really. Are there 200 people out there watching me right now? Is that really what's happening? Because I can't believe that. If that were actually, yeah, 195. If 195 people are in the auditorium and I was on a screen projector doing what I'm doing right now, I would be terrified. I would be, my bloodstream would be so full of adrenaline. I'd be shaking. I only see one icon there. Why? I see the one on the left, which means this one. So why is that? Is it because I called it the same thing? It's possible. Set parent. So they're both parented to the new bar object. That means when I hide the new bar object, that they will hide. Each one has a unique component on them because they're unique. It uses the same sprite, but I use that sprite elsewhere too. So I'm going to pretend that it's just you guys in chat, and that way I won't like suffer rhythmic sphincter contractions thinking that I'm on stage and tons of people are watching me and I'm just like, oh, Jesus. Stage fright. It makes it much easier for me to relax. All right, come on, 2 trophy icons. Don't mess around with me here. Pig. You freaking pigs are impossible, man. God, I suck with this thing. Look at this. I got him. Still only see 1. So something is up with this. Well, I mean, clearly something's up with this. Captain Obvious doesn't want to draw 2 of them. Why? What am I missing? Because it wasn't drawing the charred skull either, and I have that up on the screen in the corner. So there's something I'm missing with this UI. I would need to find a different icon. What other sprites do I have? How do I load a sprite straight out of database? Let's see. I have a sprite list. I have a sprite name. And I have sprite size. Right, so these coordinates in this list are in that big image I showed you. And this is the name that refers to that JSON file that lists these coordinates. And this is the texture atlas file name. The texture atlas being that giant, this thing. This is, it's 4K pixels, but it's this one. So I think there's some mechanism for just specifying the name of the thing and getting back a sprite. Let's ask the internet. Getting a sprite from Unity texture atlas. Let's see. It's like my sprite atlas.get sprite, but I don't have a sprite atlas. So let's see if Valheim exposes the sprite atlas, because that looks simple, just by name. Let's go into ILSpy and see if there are any atlas files or atlas. There's a font atlas, sprite atlas.sprite atlas. Is that a Valheim class? No, it's not. Yep. Monster AI. No, it's at last pause, not atlas. So where in the, I don't see anywhere in the Valheim code where I can get a sprite. Get sprite. Minimap get sprite. Nope. It's the only get sprite function in Valheim. I don't have the trinket charged. So Jordan asks, the icon's not showing up because the ask you don't have the trinket charged. Yeah, so I don't have it hooked up to those sprites aren't hooked up to anything. So has nothing to, like, I'm not actually turning them on with gameplay. It's just, here's a couple things, here's a couple sprites, display them. So I'm surprised that the same sprite asset's not being drawn twice there. What don't I understand? Something I don't understand. What if I hung the second icon off of the first icon instead of off of the bar? So I just chained them basically. So when I set parent, I'm setting that to the bar. What if I set parent to, or if I parent, what did I fuck up? I fucked this up. Forgot to change the parenting. Oh, I bet that's all it is. That's a good suggestion, Jordan. Thank you. Let's see. Mashnet says, unless you ask everyone watching to hit the like button and subscribe, that proves they are bots. What if they want to be bots? What if they don't want to press the like and subscribe? What if they prefer to be completely anonymous and not have the cloud metrics record their behaviors? I respect that. But thank you, yes. It would probably be cool if they did that so that I got some validation that what I'm doing is streaming in front of oh man, my brain just stopped. You ever have that where you're like mid-sentence and just everything grinds to a halt? Your prefrontal cortex. Gotcha. There they are. Double sprites, baby. Right where they need to be. Let's take a quick look at what that looks like by zooming in so people can actually see this on my screen. Derp. Yeah, right. So that's pretty good. OMG. So that works. Now it's a matter of finding the right sprites, building a table of status effect name to sprite mappings, and then when status effects, how often do I want to update this? When the status effect starts, when the status effect ends. Yeah, it's a cheap way to do it. Or periodically just check and update them. I like the idea of trying to do it when things begin and end. That means, okay, so I have that for the base arrow effects. Here's my Gondor effect. I've got stop. So presumably remove icon, right? And then I've got setup, which should be the place to add icon, I think. Setup, SE stats, status effect, status effects has an application quit, stop, reset time, remove start effects. That's something I need to figure out, because any of these status effects allows you to have a visual effect associated with them. And I think that has to be authored inside Unity. And I went down a rabbit hole on a previous stream where I was trying to figure out how this whole like effect instance thing works. And there's this effect list object, and I don't understand any of it. Yeah, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. Not yet. Maybe I'll read a thing about some stuff and that'll help me. Let's see, I think I'm going to take a little break, honestly. Should I put music on my AFK screen? Is that annoying? It's probably annoying. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break. I brought home some very tasty bread that I'm going to make a PB&J on. I'm going to nosh a little bit of that. So if you hear chewing in the next little segment, that's that. And then I think I'm going to see about, what time is it? 7:30? How long have I been going? 3 hours? Oh man, maybe I should wrap this. I'm not going to be able to get back to this for a couple days because Thanksgiving's coming. I've got 2 straight days of baking. I have to get up at midnight to go bake on Tuesday morning. Is that right? Yeah. And then there's the huge Wednesday farmers market. So I've got tons of bread related things in the next couple days. And I'm going to be wiped, man. I'm going to be like on the reserve tank for most of that. So I guess tonight is the night. It's all right, so maybe I'll keep going for another hour or so. Maybe get this icon stuff going. But I'm starting to flag a little bit, so I can tell my blood sugar's dropping. I need to get some food in my belly. So it won't be long. This will maybe be a 2-minute, 3-minute break. Just fix a quick sandwich. Cycle some water. I'll be right back. Here comes the click on my mute. Where is it? Here it comes. Clunk. Okay, I'm back. Hello. I'm looking for my sandwich. I think I ate it while I was not thinking about eating it, and now it's gone, and I didn't notice that I finished it. You ever do that? Be like eating something and look down and go, where the fuck did my muffin go? You know, it's like, oh, I poked it into my big fat head. Right. I was looking at how to mine icons out of the... And I forgot how I did that for cooking icons. Did something, create cooking icon element based on an icon sprite, which I already have. So I just use get trophy sprite, which looks it up in the item database. And if it has a prefab associated with it, pulls it out. Item prefab. So I can easily get icons based on the items, which means that I can get the list of trinket icons easy. Then it's getting those other ones that aren't associated with items, that are just like UI elements, that I have to find some other way to do. The object database instance contains what? Let's see what the object database exposes. We get a list of items, a list of recipes, a list of status effects. This is a reverse lookup table, so that if you get an item, you can get its original game object out of it. That's cool. I haven't used that. What else does the object DB do? Well, we can use items. I mean, that's easy. So we can look at a list of items, build a table. So let's build a table. There it is. K. All right, so what the table is going to be a name and an icon. So where do we do this? When we first initialize Pacifist mode, we can create this table. I can do it right at the beginning of the mod loading. No, Valheim hasn't fully loaded yet. I think of where during game execution I can actually do this. I can do it the first time I need one, build the table, and then say, I built the table, and then so the next time I need one, it'll say, oh, I've already got the table. And I won't do it again. That'll be fast. Just in time initialization, I can do it. Oh, well, I can do it when the enemy HUD wakes up. I'm already doing all this other crap. So let's do it there. So what is this thing? It's a list of the name of a thing and its icons, the sprite. So there's nowhere this is stored except here. Well, no, the trinket actually has, from the trinket's effect, I don't think I have. Yeah, I can't go backwards from, like, if I had the trinket's effect on me and I was like, hey, what icon, what item, what trinket item did you come from? I don't think I can find that. So I can't get, if I could get that, then I could go, oh, you're this item, then here's your sprite. And just use it. But I can't do that. So I'm just going to have to do this manually. So what is this? It's thralls. It's a public class. Public class. Thrall. Status. Icon. Data. And it's a name. Sprite name. No, it's a name and a sprite, I think, is how I want to handle this. So it's just sprite. That's a sprite. That's a sprite. That. So then I make a list of those guys. List of thrall. Public static list. List. Thrall status. Icon data. Call that M. Thrall status stratus. That's icons. New list. And then when the enemy HUD wakes up, what else am I doing in here? Nothing. All right. Load status icons. And I'll create this once I have them loaded. No. Load status icons. Stop it. And status icon, thrall status icons. We'll clear it if there's anything in there. In there. How do I want to initialize this? I'm thinking. I think I want to build a table of the names and then load all the icons into this list by their name. So is there a better way to do that? The name is a hash table. Can I use a hash table? Public static hash table. Never used a hash table in. Yeah, it's just key value pairs, hash code, and key. I think like a dictionary is the same thing. Right? It maps a string to a sprite. And I would just load the dictionary up. Look it up by string name. Not sure how I want to do this. I think I want to just have a big table of names and then poke. I'm not going to do this as a list. I'm going to do this as an array. And this new list array. Whoops. Nope. New thrall status icon data array. And then each element will be new. Stop it. No, that's right. New name and null. And then, so how many do I have? How many arrows do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 arrows. And then how many trinkets are there? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 arrows. Trinkets. Honestly, don't know how many trinkets there are or what they're called entirely. Let's use the internet. On the Valheim call to arms patch, how many? Give me a full list of trinket names. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of those as well. Lucky 13. Valheim does everything in 13s. I don't know if that list is correct, and I suspect it's probably not, because I can't trust it. But we're gonna go with this for now. Because maybe it's correct. So I want to paste this in. Paste this in. Here for now. It'll get me started. Check the wiki. Now what I want to do is the name. So when it's a status effect, what I'm doing is assigning a name to it. I saw that in Valheim when I had the... Which one was it? It was Heart of the Forest. It had a name, a $ item name, like an internal name. Where did I see that? It's in this list of items. Trinket bronze health. Yeah, it was called $ item trinket bronze health. But it was a status effect, so I need to look up the name so I can identify the status effect name. So I list all the status effects. I think the name of the status effect is this for the trinket, and it just shows up that way. Oh yeah, I can data mine to get this trinket, so I can count them here. Count them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, 13's right. So let's do this. Get a trinket. Wait, dev commands. God mode, spawn, trinket, black damage health. What's that one? Bracelets of the Brave. Okay. I'm going to build up a little bit of a little bit of adrenaline here. And charm him and have a look at what his list is. Oh god, 1. This will take forever. Spawn a troll in. Hit me! Stop trying to hit me and hit me. There's 10. Ouch. My face. Meal and pig. Alright, as soon as I spawn this, pig, you're messing up my mojo, man. Animation. That's me anytime I lean back in my chair too far and almost lose balance but don't. Watch. This feels like, oh god. Timing is the worst. That right there, that's me in my chair when I tip back too far. I'm convinced I'm going over. Alright, so 2 more. And then I'm going to charm you. 1 more and then I'm going to charm you. God damn pig. Fins of Destiny? Okay, good to know. There it is. All right, so one more. One more will do it. So as soon as I do that, all my thralls will get... Oh shit, it's decaying so fast. Alright, as soon as I get max adrenaline, it'll heal my thralls and apply that effect to them. But I've got no thralls. So what I need to do is get a thrall. And I think the easiest way to do that is to shoot him. Spawn another troll. Did I get a troll? What did I see there? Status effect, Fire Gonder effect is on him because I used my fire arrow on him. Checking my log real quick, excuse me. I mean the BepInEx log. I'm not checking my log. You know what I mean? Alright, so I didn't... That's not what I want. I want to spawn another troll. Why didn't it spawn him? There he is. Hello, buddy. Now why don't you smack me in the face and I can... Yeah, he's definitely got enough fire effect on him. Alright, now I want the forest effect. Come on, one more good whack. Did it not fill up? What's going on? There it goes. Alright, so that procced it. And it's called, it's called SE Trinket Black Damage Delth. SE Trinket Black Damage Delth? Where is that? SE. In the data status effects list. This is likely SE underscore trinket. No, it's not in this list. Trinket black damage delth. Is that a typo? Yeah. So the name on this status effect is not at all one of those. I don't know where that name comes from, but where's my... Yeah, but it's this. And that was the Bracelets of the Brave, I think. Trinket Black Damaged Elf. Damaged Delf. That was Bracelets of the Brave. And so then I'll store a reference to the icon there. Can't help but think I'm doing this in a stupid way, but, you know, maybe I'm not. If I want to do it in a consistent way, I'll just make a simple table. Alright, so finding all those is going to be kind of a pain unless I can figure out where in this data mine data this... it's an item, right? Go back, damaged. Item, trinket, black damage, delth. So it looks like it's the same as the item name. But... with SE in front of it instead of item. I don't know that to be true, but it looks that way. It's not in the static effects list. It's not in the sprite list. Black damage. Trinket black damage. Health. Is the sprite name. Anyway. I think I want to get it from the item list. Black damage. So I don't have to get it from the status. The icon name is then trinket black damage health. So should I store that? This is the status effect name. Yeah, let's do it that way. I can just populate this list. Public string. Prefab name. Okay. And then I'll just add that string too. So I can refer from the status effect name to the trinket name, and then I can poke a sprite reference in there. Then I can look it up either way and find a sprite. That's probably gonna work for me. Let's paste another column of quotation marks in there to hold the string space. Doing some rectangle selects and paste of text. I love doing that. Feels like cheating. So the fins of destiny. So what's that actually called as an item? The fins are where? These kite and swim. Trinket, kite and swim. Okay. Let's try that trinket. So he got healed like he should. Bracelets of the Brave is on him. So I could, once I have the icon table, it'll display that here. And then I can look at that health bar if I'm anywhere. How far away? So yeah, I'll be able to see what his status effects are from quite a ways away. I'll be able to manage him in combat pretty well, I think. Let's go. Spawn, trinket, kite and swim. Them fins on. Alright. Come at me, brah. Ouch, he came at me. Yeah, that doesn't take too much adrenaline. Alright, one more will do it. Not yet, bro. No, no. Oh, damn it. That was a perfect dodge. So I healed him. I don't have a thrall, so of course I didn't heal him. Okay, one more. Alright. I'm going to spawn another troll. I'm going to charm you. No, that didn't work. Fins did. Oh, the fins did proc for me, but not for him. Come on. Well, that stunk like a butt. My thrall is twice as strong as a troll, and my troll. I don't want that. I wanted a troll. Give me a troll. Right, let's try this again. Want to heal him. Get the trinket on him. There it goes. So that should have spawned the trinket effect on my troll. Yeah, looks like it did. Trinket, kite, and swim. SE, trinket, kite, and swim. So yeah, it appears to just be a one-to-one mapping with the item name. And there's no guarantee that's actually the case in the code because people fat finger stuff all the time. Where is the fins? So there is trinket, kite, and swim, and I'm guessing this is called get, kite, and swim. Trinket, kite, and swim. So yeah, I can just copy these from this. Make it black damage health. Got that one. The trinket black stamina is what? The evasion mantle. Trinket bronze health is the heart of the forests. Trinket bronze stamina is bronze pendant. Bronze pendant sounds kind of plain to me, like it's just like a little lump of bronze. Which doesn't sound that magical, honestly. I know it takes an amber, but still, man, I'm not too upset about it, but I'm not. Kite and swim we got. Flame metal eiter. Flame metal eiter, what's that? Your mundling. Okay. Flame metal stamina health is brimstone. Seems like kind of a cool trinket, honestly. Trinket iron health is iron brooch. I don't know what to say there. Trinket iron stamina. Nimble anklet. Trinket scale stamina damage is okay. Is what? Wolf sight? No, resounding shackle. Trinket silver damage is wolf sight. Trinket silver resist is crystal heart. Why do I have carapace eiter in there? Trinket carapace eiter is pulsating earrings. I don't think I'd want to wear pulsating earrings. It'd be super distracting. I don't like people touching my ears anyway. So that just sounds like a losing proposition all around. All right, so trinket, black damage health. These are all basically going to start with SE. And then it's going to be the name. Like trinket black damage health, trinket black detamina. Trinket black detamina. There are typos in this. I am going to have to pull these out manually and then double check that they're actually working. Bronze stamina is bronze pendant. Iron health, carapace eiter, pulsating earrings. Why am I not? Oh, there we go. Trinket kite and swim. That could only be the fins of destiny. Got it. Trinket flame metal eiter is your mundling. Trinket flame metal stamina health is brimstone. Trinket iron health. Iron brooch. Trinket iron stamina is nimble anklet. What was that? Resounding shackle. Okay. Oh, got a tab in there. Trinket silver damage. Trinket silver resist. Crystal heart. All right, so now I can look at so I can look at the status effect that's on them. I can pull out the name, basically the name of the icon, and poke that into this variable in the list. This member variable for the class that I made. And then when I want to look something up, it's right there. I get the actual icon. And I can poke it into the UI. So the rest of this is going to be coming up with what all these things are called. And I'm calling them, I'm calling my arrows by pretty names right now. Wood Gonder effect, Flint Gonder effect. It's not those aren't great names, but this is what I would use to look it up in that list. So why not just get rid of effect and just call them by that, right? Get rid of effect on all these names. Okay, and then just do this massive box select. This is serious caveman text parsing here. This massive box select. I'm going to pull up Notepad++ because I love this freaking thing. And just blast through all of the crap text surrounds it. I'm sure there's a sensible way to grep this out using a regular expression, but if you guys don't know what regular expressions are, the world's most confusing way to specify the text you want. The thing is, they're really, really powerful and can do amazing things, like completely transform a file, or like, just reverse all the characters. And it's regular expressions are amazing, almost like a little programming language. In fact, the programming language Perl is kind of based off the idea of a regular expression, which explains why Perl is so frickin' impossibly hard to use. But there's an old saying that, so you want to solve your problem with regular expressions. Okay, now you have two problems. Hey, Anna. Morning. Must be morning time in CET, huh? I've been up all your night programming. That means Cookie must be waking up. I hope she got good rest. Yeah, regex is the curse, is a curse and a blessing. GMT +1. Oh, okay. So you're not in CET, or is CET GMT +1? Hey, you get up at about the same time I do, about 5 in the morning. Not tomorrow morning, but the morning after. I'll be up at the crack of midnight, so I can stalk the night like a vampire. Except instead of sucking blood and flying like a bat, I'll be baking lots and lots of bread. Here goes the little microphone sound warning. Trigger warning for those that don't like clicking. Hey, I think I'm back. Let me verify that by looking at the mic. view meter. Yes, I am. All right, so now what I'm going to do is take this crap that I munged out of the text file and paste it into my little data structure. Where did I put that? Down at the bottom. Right here. I'm just going to slap that in right here as the name of the status effect. Holy that's not what I meant to do at all. Can I do a rectangular select out of, I can't. Can I? Rectangular select out of one program and paste it in the other? That's not enough names. Why don't I have enough names? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. Why did I think there were 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, the one is just the base effect, so that one doesn't count. So there only are 12. All right, so there's the names in the table. Oops. Oh, I see. So those are the names in the table. And then now I got to go look up icons for all this stuff. So wood gonder, we'll use the icon for wood. This is where the programming gets really exciting. This is where the stream viewership drops off. The item list. Okay, so the item names are, I think, wood or log. Not log. Round log. Round log is core wood. That reads pretty well as wood. But you actually use regular wood to make this arrow. So what is just wood? When you pick up a log, is it a log or is it wood? I could use the arrow as the icon, except they'd all look the same because they'd be so scrunched. Axe wood, battle axe wood, black wood, bowfine wood, fine wood, knife wood, mace wood, core wood, shield wood. Somewhere in here is just a icon of a plain old piece of wood, right? What's it called? Seems like they would just call it wood. It's called wood. Shocker there. So I'm going to guess wood and flint. For fire, what do we want to use for an icon for fire? It reads at a small size. Got to be something, some object in here that looks really fiery that I can use as a stand-in for a fire arrow. It's fireworks, fireball, Hilder's fire sword. Maybe not. Maybe there's no good fire object. It's an item that has an icon. It has to be an item because I'm too lazy to make a new function to figure out how to load a straight up icon. Yeah, I don't see any that look very fiery. Dernwin looks pretty fiery. Maybe that'll read. Hilder's sword looks pretty fiery. Which looks more fiery, Dernwin or Hilder's sword? Strangely, Hilder's sword does. So Skeleton Hilder Fire Nova. That's the name of that sword. So we'll use that as our icon for fire. Bronze, I think we just use a piece of bronze. Poison, we use, what's poison? The poison potion. Poison. Blob bomb poison. blah, 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 poison resist, mead poison resist. Use the mead picture. For iron, we'll use iron. For frost, we should probably use a freeze gland. Freeze gland. Maybe we should use a resin for the fire icon. Obsidian, I think we just use obsidian. Silver, we'll use silver. Needle, we'll use a needle. Carapace, we'll use, I don't know, carapace. Charred gonder, we'll use, what's it called, blackwood? Yeah, blackwood. Okay. So let's do a little hack. And I'm going to hang all of these icons off of the status bar so that we can see that they work. So let's make a little function to do that. I'm going to iterate through all of the thrall status icons. I don't want to clear them. New plan. Germany probably CT, but we tend to use GMT +1 more often. I would not know. Are you in Germany, Anna? I don't know how things work over there. I'm an ignorant American. I've been over to Europe once. I went to Cologne. It was freaking awesome. In fact, I'm rapidly right now in the bakery trying to recreate the Casa Bretzel that I had all over out of little carts out of bakeries at restaurants, which is like a pretzel with cheese baked on top. And it forms these little cheese crisp window panes in the pretzel holes, you know, the gaps in the middle of the pretzel. Freaking amazing. I'm using this really buttery cheese we buy that's local to me up here in Northern California called Vela. The Vela Cheese Company makes this semi-dry jack cheese called Mezzo Secco. And it's super buttery and melty. It's perfect for like a pretzel. There's something that I was trying, Anna, while you're here, there's something I was trying to locate online that I could not find that I saw when I was in Cologne, which is a nougat pretzel. And it was like almost like a puff pastry pretzel with like lots of almond chips, and it was sweet. And I've searched. I mean, maybe I should search the German Google, but ham and cheese. Hang on, a pretzel with ham and cheese. Holy cow! I'm trying to figure out what, because I had a couple nougat pretzels there, and I'd never heard of that before. It was super yummy. And I wonder if you know what that is. You're my contact outside of America, so help me out. All right, so what we're going to do here, instead of load status icons, we're going to go for each of our thrall status icon. We're going to hang a little guy off the thing. Totally hang a guy off the thing. So we're going to call this icon. Icon. We use all these variables. I don't think it matters what this is called. We're going to set the parent to the previous icon. So in this case, transform previous equals, what was it? Charm icon element 2. Wait, no, the transform, dot transform. And then we're going to hang this off of the previous one. And then we're going to set the previous equal to this one. Previous equals icon.transform. And that should have the effect of chaining these things one after the next. 9 to the right and down 16. So you should see 2 trophy icons and then this diagonal's the word I'm looking for, a list of all the 25 icons that we looked up. So that should look pretty wonky, but it'll at least show that we can load these things and display them. And I have an unterminated data structure or something here. Why? Oh, I have an unterminated class. Right? Got a class, I close it. I've got this list and I close. Oh, I just need a semicolon. Yeah. What it is. I go to arabesques. Thanks, that'll help with my Googling. Cheers for that. So let's see what happens. If we did our cutty pasty correctly, we should see a list of icons. If not, oh man, saved at respawn. I loaded the wrong world. No, this is my world. Oh, I got killed and it saved, I guess. I can't repair these fancy items. All right, anyway, let's, well, I didn't want that at all. Yeah, DM the link to me. Awesome, thank you. You know, one thing I want to make is stolen. I don't know if I'm sure that's not pronounced correctly, but you know what I mean, right? That, like, really sweet, fruity Christmas bread. Like the ice, like the dusted with sugar. That little guy. I want to do sourdough version of that because I don't do yeast. I don't do commercial yeast. I'm McGinnet. Yeah, there's the there it is. Except I'm so the setting up the UI elements worked correctly, but my face. Go away window. So okay, so the UI part worked. We're getting icons. They're just not ones that we're looking up in the list because we're not actually looking them up in the list. So tsid dot msprite. Kind of important piece to remember. That's a sign that I'm probably starting to run out of juice. Yeah, so Anna, here you are, and here I am talking about German bread again. I'm obsessive about it. Well, bread in general. You wouldn't believe what I made a peanut butter jelly sandwich on. It's this California sourced whole grain bread. It has 3 different house milled grains in it. And then it toasted pecans and it's covered with oats. It's like rolled in oats. And one of them got borked by the baker when our baker's name's Angel, and he, like, the guy that actually puts it in the oven and bakes it. He does most of the baking. And he borked it with the baking peel and dented it so we couldn't sell it. So I took it home and made PB&J on it. Like, you know, just hilarious. This, like, super fancy schmancy artisan sourdough. All right, we're seeing those icons just like this charred skull icon. So it's just showing up as a white. Why is that? This is a white block. Same problem. because it's Y. I'm setting the color to white, but that should just mean to render it normally. If I don't set the color to anything, does it do anything? It's not a problem with the sprite, it's something else. Do I need to make a copy of the sprite? I don't think so. New sprite. Can I make a Sorupte sprite? Can I pass a sprite to a sprites constructor? No, there is no constructor. Oh, there is. It's just default. Ah, I gotta get rid of that window. That thing is blasting me in the face. All right, those icons aren't drawing. That's annoying. Why is that? I've never had that problem before, so it has to be something about the way this UI is set up. Make my own peanut butter without anything but peanuts. Put on bread with salami, white bread with salami, and peanut butter. Tried jelly on it once, did not like it. Salami and peanut butter, wild. I'm not going to say it's gross because I've never had it, but I'm disinclined to combine peanut butter and meat. But you know, peanut is kind of the meat of the of butter. Wait, what am I? Peanut butter is the meat of nuts. No, what am I trying to say? The peanut is the meat of the plant world. Something like that. I don't know. I'm not making any sense. Fun peanut fact: if you speak Spanish, at least Mexican Spanish, the peanut is not called the peanut because you know peanut as a name is kind of stupid name. Like it refers to you know pea and nut, and it sounds vaguely profane. But the Spanish name for peanut is cacahuate, which is even more awesome. Would you rather eat a peanut or a cacahuate? I think they're both kind of about the same for me in terms of appetizing / sounding like something dirty. All right, we're going to look at this UI hierarchy real quick. See why these are white. Oh yeah, that's fair. I think the peanut has some sugar in it itself, right? A lot of like processed peanut butters in the States have added sugar. I eat natural peanut butter. I eat natural peanut butter which shouldn't have any sugar added to it. I don't know if that's actually true. But it does have an emulsifier in it, something like lecithin that makes the consistency a little creamier. So erdness, ground nut, earth nut, erdness or cacahuate. I think cacahuate wins. I want to look at UI hierarchy real quick. So we'll pop open the old Unity Explorer, look at loading GUI, pixel fix, in-game GUI, enemy HUD, HUD root, HUD base. Here we are. There's a charm hierarchy. Charm icon 1, charm icon 2, and then I hang off this list of icons. All 25 of them. All of them are white. Is it because the canvas renderer and the direct transform are no? Let's look at a charm icon. Looks like that's no different. It has a rect transform and a GUI bar. Darken is a rect transform into canvas rendered image. So these images have just that alpha blended block. How are these any different? Alerted is just an icon, isn't it? No, the alerted exclamation point is actually a font. Aware? Is that's the one that's an image? Yeah. The UI outline. I didn't know you could do that. There's a UI element called outline. Shadow. I wonder what that is. I bet that could improve the look of some of my UI. If I could draw outlines around it. I should look at that. UI engine UI outline. What is that? So the aware is an icon. I'm going to get sidetracked in here again. UI image. It's just an image, man. I wonder if that outline object is how Valheim does its 1 pixel borders on things. So why won't this display... Why won't this display correctly? Preferred width. Maybe I'm just not setting the object up correctly. I've used UI objects like this all over the place. Active sprite is null. Well, that's wrong. That's the problem. Why is that null? Sprite is set to null, that's why. But I'm setting the sprite. Okay, well that explains why it's a white box, but why is it null? And I'm setting sprite right here to this sprite. Wait, am I stupid? I'm kind of stupid. Oh, I'm actually stupid. God, yeah, I'm getting tired. I need to wrap this. Get trophy sprite, TSID, prefab name. So it is null because I'm unable to look it up by I haven't populated that data structure with the actual sprites yet. That was something that I intended to do and I didn't even think about it. Let's see. All right. Okay, I think I'm probably going to call it after this. I'm starting to lose steam, and I've got everything built. I just need to query. I just need to add and remove from this list when a status effect gets added or removed to a thrall, and then the icon will show up underneath here. So, God, that's all I have to do left. It's tempted to do that on stream because there's not much more that has to happen. Nope, they're all still... Are they all still null? Oh, I'm sad now. I thought for sure that was it. Okay, well maybe I'll call it here anyway. Because this might be a rabbit hole. And I may not understand enough. I mean, it's probably that I don't understand enough about how this is supposed to be done to fix it expeditiously. So here's charm icon. Here's my list of custom icons. UI image, active sprite is null. Sprite is null. So what's the frickin' problem, man? Prefab name should be set to these various things. If I load a prefab name by wood, I mean the trophy sprites are in a table here inside the mod as Trophy Abomination. So what's the problem, man? Can I put the... why do I keep doing that? Can I put the first one in the list equal to Trophy Abomination and see if that shows up? Name, prefab, name, sprite. Name, prefab, name, sprite. Hello, hello. There it goes. I was muted. The answer may come to me as it percolates in the back of my brain. As insomnia can sometimes teach me things. Thank you for the encouragement. I like the abomination icon isn't showing up either. So something is up with this particular UI hierarchy. Like this UI, part of the UI doesn't like those. Like that other sprite is fine. It's just these item sprites. I wonder about that because I'm drawing them. I mean, like they're on the bottom of the screen. The abomination is, I'm looking right at it, but I can't put it in this part of the UI, and I don't know why. That may have something to do with... Gotcha. It may have something to do with something in the hierarchy. So, like, if I go back to this loading GUI, pixel fix, in-game GUI, HUD, no, enemy HUD, HUD root, HUD base. So something here in HUD root, maybe? Because I'm in the enemy HUD here, and over there I'm in the HUD. And those have slightly different components on the parent object. Enemy HUD has canvas scaler, GUI scaler. HUD has canvas renderer, which this other enemy HUD does not. I don't know the difference. And a graphic array caster as well as the canvas GUI scaler. So if this doesn't have a canvas renderer, where is it? Enemy HUD. That means that in-game GUI probably does. Nope. Enemy HUD doesn't. And I don't know what it is. Canvas renderer. Canvas scaler, GUI scaler. Canvas scaler, GUI scaler. Well, yeah, it's getting late. I think I'm gonna have to call it. I always like to finish a stream on a win. So I'm gonna pull. We did a lot of stuff and we got a lot of things working. So I am gonna pull my debug code off. Leave the little trophy icons up there. And just do a little gameplay to finish up. Just try this stuff out. I made as Azrael, the goth. So let's play him. And then I'll call the stream, I think, for the night. Try to get a little shut-eye before a big old bacon day tomorrow. Right, Azrael. We're going to go back to Azrael's emo basement here and see if we can't take down Ike with a heavily buffed army of monsters. Oh god, world generating. So as I'm coming to the end of my stream, if any of the lurking members want to press a like and encourage me, that'd be awesome. Or that would be cool. If not, no worries. If you like the dev stream idea, it does let me know that people are into this. If you want to subscribe so you see my stuff pop up in your feed, feel free. If not, no worries. Like how we're doing it right now is fine with me. I'm not going anywhere with my quote unquote content or my channel, so it's really no harm, no foul. I'm just super curious about how all this stuff works. All right, I start with my bow. I need to make a bench. Yeah, first I need to get wood. I think a good strat for these pacifist runs is to try to find enough rocks and wood to make an axe. Got it. I can't make a hammer yet. But I can make an arrow. Actually, I don't need to make a bench because I'm cheating. There's the 100 arrows. And now I can charm. Charm a deer, nothing significant happens. Because they don't ever attack anything. So they just run away from you and like you at the same time. See? He loves me. Now he's super fast and buffed. That will never come to, nothing will come to pass from that. Let's go down to the river. Get down to the ocean, whatever. Need some food. Wait, let me get my starter food. Round and around we go. What's it gonna take to take down Ike? I bet I can take him down with an army of boars. What I need is a boar stone near the Eikthirs. Let's head south. Oh, that is interesting though. Like on the mini map, because I charmed that deer, I can see where he is. Even though he's not going to be a thrall that's useful, I can track him. So I could potentially follow that dot on my mini map and follow that dot on my mini map and then take my boar over to him and let the boar do the wet work for me. Alright, so we want a boar stone near Ike. Actually, I'll take anybody who's willing to come. I hear a grayling. Here he comes. One grayling, one buffed grayling does not an Eikthyr kill. Can't spawn them without deer antlers anyway. So I really do need to find myself deer near a boar stone. I see a boar. He'll be handy. Mashnut says I'm toying around with doing some Valheim modding myself, so this is super useful and entertaining. Right on, dude. Are you headed out, Anna? Yeah, thank you for coming. Good luck on your first day back. It'll be hard, but it's a shift, and it's also you know, something interesting to do. I always like those transitions in life where, you know, pace of life changes. Not always pleasant, but I do like the change. Pixel Diablo GPs. You headed out too? I'm not sure what GPs means, but you gave a fist bump, so I'm thinking that's like a farewell or a greeting or aloha or something. But Mashnut, yeah, if you want to play around with modding, my recommendation would be to download the project, like the sample project for TrophyHuntMod, the TrophyHuntMod framework. I refuse to use anybody else's code when doing this, so I want to roll everything myself because I'm a bit of a masochist, but their project is easy to get running with the sample mod. Their framework has managers for everything, like items and build pieces and so many things in the game that takes care of like patching and registering those things for you. So I would recommend that as a starting point because you can get something up and running pretty quickly. And then I would recommend getting something like DN Spy or IL Spy so you can inspect the Valheim source code. And just start poking around in there and seeing where things happen. But yeah, you know, hit me up on the VSR Discord or Discord in general. About to lose a charm. Keep these guys charmed because we're building an Ike army. Where is Ike anyway? Oh, I'm way off. Yeah, and hit me up with any questions. There's some good Discord channels for modding. Every once in a while I go poke around in those to see if other people are seeing what I see. Because sometimes keep loving me, guys. I keep shooting you in the face until you love me. Like when not Called Arms patch, but like they did some patch, Iron Gate did, where they upgraded to Unity 6, and that really kind of borked my, just ignore the deer, that borked my icon loading code because I could no longer reach one of the libraries that I used to use inside Unity. I was having trouble with it, and I was trying to get my code to compile because oh, this is hilarious. Alright, you guys all good? I don't think that's a big enough army to take down an Ike. I think Ike will plow them over. I'm gonna definitely... Oh, there's a borestone. Or equivalent. Oh, no, these are your friends. They're not your enemies. Stop it. Leave the pigs alone. A stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. Come here. I can't shoot arrows fast enough to make... Okay, got one. Lost that deer. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna get a bigger army around here. So I'm gonna cheese Ike with a couple spawns. These guys aren't nearly gonna do enough, even buffed. Spawn, trophy, deer. 2. Alright, there's my Ike spawn. Let's go ahead and make the sacrifice. My little weak sauce goof troop isn't going to do much against these guys. I mean, against Ike. Go get him. Let's see if the buffs do anything. I'd have to buff them a lot harder for this to work. Or start parrying. Alright, that was a... yeah, I got no adrenaline for that, and my thrall is dead. Now Ike is gonna... And you can no longer charm bosses. So... I need to spawn a wolf. Get it charmed. Alright, Wolfie. Take down the mean deer. Wolf has the juice to take Ike down, no problem. Yeah, the TrophyHuntMod framework is JVL. I forget what it stands for. There's JVL Discord. The guys that put that together and are active on that are super knowledgeable, like Azumat or Markmus. Like they're way better. Like they're way better programmers. They're way better mod makers. They understand the language better. They understand BEP and EX better. You know, they've been through it all with that stuff. They know the Valheim source code really well. They're a great resource, and they're super active. Like I've had very specific questions about a very specific, very esoteric thing, and they've been helpful. So highly recommend looking into Yotun and that community. As Azrael dies, so am I going to end my stream. That wasn't a legit playtest. But we have a lot of the functionality, almost all the functionality we want, I think, for this to be play tested. A whole bunch of balancing has to happen. I need to fix the recipes so that they unlock in the proper order. But this is almost ready for prime time. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to call this version 0.10.11. I'm going to post this on Discord in the mod channel and just say, you know, based on the last stream, check this out. This is the current state of Pacifist. And you guys can sideload it with Thunderstorm Mod Manager or, excuse me, or R2 Mod Ban. And try it out. Just see what you get. I'm super curious to get your feedback. Hey, it's Christine. You popped in at the end like usual lately. You know, a little sad face. Don't make a sad face. Hey, Volk's here too. Thanks, Volk. Yeah, right on, man. If you're going to bed, I'm gonna end the stream, but if you're going to bed, just start at the beginning because apparently my voice knocks people unconscious. No, Christine, don't worry about it. I'm just happy you came by. Just to say, it's good to see your face, as it were. So, yeah, crazy. I had like a 280 some watchers tonight, and we made some good progress. So I'm gonna post. I'm gonna post what I got. It's the icon thing that I got into at the end of the stream during the last hour didn't really pan out the whole way, but all the pieces are there. Thank you for hitting the like button, Christine. I like you too. So I'm gonna build the release version of this. I'm gonna pack it up. I'm going to put it up on Libs, Valheim, TrophyHuntMod package. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and zip this up and call it TrophyHuntMod 0.9.11 alpha. I'm gonna stick that up on the mod updates channel. And what am I going to say about it? I'm going to say something that I said in self-promotion. But we got what we wanted out of this stream for sure. Sharing trinket powers with thralls totally works. implementing the heal mechanic. It totally works. And then we went for the bonus, put some icons on the underneath the health bar, which got partial, but we did a little groundwork for it. And I'll just post this little guy to the place with the stuff and things. Did I name that the wrong thing again? I did. Tired boy is tired. Okay. Whoops. No, we're good. All right. So, yeah, so I'm going to end here. If you guys want to pop down a like, that would be cool. I had 5, now I have 8. If you don't, and that's cool too. No harm, no foul. I am going to return to my starting. Here's a stream ended thing. You can see I'm real serious about my key art. Yeah, thanks for coming, Modi. It was nice to have you on here. Thanks for all the suggestions. I appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. So, yeah, I'm going to go to bed. Have a good day, Anna. Hope work's not too terrible. Just remember that we work so that we can live. We don't live so that we can work. And ease back into it like, you know, I guess really cold bath water. I don't know. I was going for some kind of metaphor there, but that doesn't work. Thanks, Mash, for hanging out and your suggestions. And yeah, do check out TrophyHuntMod. And Jordan, always good to have you on here. Thank you for your thoughts on the workbenches and the recipes. Music is a bit loud on the screen. Cheers, man. I didn't even realize I had music on the screen. Where is it? Ended music. What is it? I don't even know what it is. Let me put. Oh, okay. All right. I went to some AI music generator site, punched in some keywords, and got some just gross like AI slop to put on my. I haven't touched this stuff in over a year, something like that. Anyway, thank you for the streamer feedback. That's great. I don't know what the user experience is like, and I definitely don't want to blast anybody in the ear with anything. So cool. All right, you guys are awesome. You know, be good to each other. Try to stay healthy. Try to stay safe. I love you. Let's do this again sometime. Okay.